For some reason, me opening my bottle was louder than me. But yes, confirmations, confirmations. So welcome back to the stream. Off we go. Straight into what I assume is the final part of the investigation, and then hopefully straight into the final court session, maybe, probably. One can hope. And we can finish it today. And then we can leave. Oh right. There was a bomb. Also the footprints there. What are we doing here? There's no denying it is there. Their footprints. Yes, it would appear so. I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Isn't there a Susato shut up or something? Shoot up? Like a Susato takedown, I mean? I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruto. How do you know what that is? That was Wonder Woman invented. Does America exist yet? Guess it does, because railroads exist. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. Have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruto. Yes, in point of fact, is something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Well, it looks like a bomb. But kind of like a comical one. Like, if you'd want somebody to be like, oh, that's a bomb, that's what you'd create, that's what you put together. What? Yo, what did she say? A time bomb? What do you mean? How do you not know what a time bomb is? Yeah, not in a good way though. I won't take that as a compliment, you shouldn't. You don't know nothing, do ya, or you haven't got a clue what it is either, have you? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruto. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess, it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it? A candy dispenser. Is it an alarm clock or something? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. Shut the fuck up. You are the most wrong character in this entire game series so far. I've learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective. Starting off strong, are we? Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself. The second conclusion is that the small device on the floor here is without question completely genuine. Genuinely what though? You're gonna be like, oh, it's an anti-gravity device that inverts gravity in here, and you know, no, it's not working. That's why all the furniture fell down. What kind of face is he making? Oh, you deflected the Inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madame. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mr. Sato. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present how wrong he is. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling, are you suggesting? See the save combination, that's nice. Indeed, the key here is gravity. Yep. Sure. We just activated as a requiem. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. I wonder how high these things float. Will they all float off screen if I wait long enough? Or will they stop at some point? Well, the lamp seems to be going. They need to have like an end spot, right? The table kinda takes forever. I think the table stopped. We found the end. And for the gravity in this room was reversed. How did I perfectly predict his dumb theory? And suddenly restored to normality. This dude literally goes, yeah, it's impossible to teleport, but having a contained gravitational reversal field, that's very logical, yes, yes. Especially with this time bomb looking thing, that's the key. I quite understand your skepticism, Mr. Sato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device almost identical to the one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. But then, why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. That is the timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I've witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. You know, ignoring how ridiculous all of this is, if he actually managed to make such a device, he wouldn't need like a fake scam device to get the money. He could just present this device and get the research fund money anyway. The missing engineer. Now let us consider the next conundrum. That was our engineer's friend's aim, or what was it? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain this action is above our head. How's it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my other madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there's but one way into this room, accepting the skylight, that is. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and to make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Jones. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't instead Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Also, if he inversed gravity and then normalized it, raised the furniture upside down, wouldn't it be, you know, floating up the normal way up and then fall the right way down again and just tip over instead of being upside down? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered, with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the other room, which I believe offers a solution. To reach the intended destination, what a better tool than this rope? So you think he inversed gravity, grounded himself with a rope not to fall too violently, instead of just having a rope on the ceiling, climbing that, and GG's. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes's great deduction of his topsy-turvy puzzle. Dog. There's one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. Thing is such a thing actually possible? Anti-gravity, I mean. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more plausible than instantaneous kinesis. So why do you believe in it if you don't believe in the other thing? I hate you. Somebody shoot this man. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I'm pretty sure that Iris just wrote that and you stole it. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was I fucking knew it. Yeah, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mr. Seto lent me once.
Objection.
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. The spell's broken at last. And the rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, I'd still be tied to the wall. Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find, do-rogues. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, no skillfully unraveled. Perhaps you might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual helping little hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. Why don't we, we try to deduce this, meanwhile Gregson goes outside and clears the perimeter? I see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. I don't get redogs again, I'll just spam until that thing comes up. Oh, but what about the flower pot? Does not make any memos. Maybe not. What do I... The fragility of life.
Take that!
Dumbass. Upon my word, Mr. Naruto, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Ah! It's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Shomes. Guilty next? I would love that. But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. May sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. It's for the massive fat text on one of the upside down pieces of furniture. The reason why everything in here has been turned upside down. When we ended this case last time, I didn't expect it to be able to get any dumber, but here we are. Him yapping about an anti-gravity device in a matter of 30 seconds after you got here already reminds you why you dislike the guy. Also, it's obviously a bomb. He said it's not a bomb, and then he said it's an anti-gravity device because the same thing happened to him in a dream a couple days ago. He doesn't believe in instant transmission, but he believes in fucking anti-gravity devices. Why do we not have a facepalm emote? I can work on one. Honestly, I'll write that down right now so I don't forget when I get around to emotes. Wonderful. Feeling like old one Karma slamming his head against the wall. I feel like Von Zeke's having to deal with this shit. I'm craving alcohol and sarcasm.
Take that!
And the reason why everything here has been turned upside down is the safe combination. What? The massive, obvious text? There's a reason Sholmes avoids Von Zeeks. He'd probably kill him on sight. Oh, the world would be so much nicer. Sholmes really is just the worst type of character. You've obtained the ultimate in painful chocolate. Did I get you Toblerone? Hell yeah. Like normal Toblerone or the Toblerone that could kill a guy? You know, the what's it called? Airport Toblerone that's like the size of a baseball bat? Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupation of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture but forgot which one, leading to the state in which we now find the room. Medium-sized Toblerone, not small, but not baseball brand. Milk chocolate with honey and almond. Holy shit, that sounds good. I was gonna ask which kind that is next. I don't think I am keeping up with the Toblerone meta enough, because I don't know milk chocolate honey almond. I only know the normal one, the milk chocolate one, the white chocolate one, and the goat of all of them, milk chocolate with white chocolate on top that it looks like the mountains have snowy peaks. Indubitably. That only got it because he was on a ferry to Norway for his fishing trip. But I kind of figured that he brought it back as like a semi-souvenir. Tax-free? The best chocolate, the one that fucks over the state. I would never put my faith in Mr. Sholmes. What am I looking at? Do I look at the shoe? Do I look at the footprints? What am I... Are we ignoring the shoe prints? It's impressive that they threw the shoe and every time it landed the same way.
Take that!
You would rather hire Von Zieks as your defense lawyer? Well, of course, Von Zieks is actually capable. I'd rather hire Gumshoe as my defense lawyer. Must put a weighted shoe like a jelly sandwich, always landing on the jelly side. It might actually be possible if you put enough weight into the heel part. I thought Sholmes is just the walking equivalent of hearsay. Also the walking representative of backpedaling. Just makes a stupid argument, then people go like, well, no, actually it's this way. And then he's like, well, obviously it's that way. Your tiny brains took this long to figure it out. I knew it all along. Like, isn't it obvious? He's a Twitter user? Kind of, yeah. Like, he's constantly, confidently wrong, while being a smug asshole about it. And also just hiding crucial information from you for shits and giggles. There's not a singular, like, what's it called? Redeeming quality about the man. Even pisses you off, like, You could say that, oh, his redeeming quality is he lets you live in the attic for free. That's fucking Iris. She pays the rent. He literally does nothing. Sorry, what are we doing? To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this row? What? The crossbow to shoot the rope up? I don't even know how to...
Take that!
He literally has a 10-year-old as a sugar mommy. Not just that, it's the daughter of his best friend that died. He's literally freeloading of the orphaned daughter of his best friend that lives off of her own money that she earns from work and her inheritance money. And this guy just mooches through life, while everybody else kisses his ass, except Zeke's. Cause Zeke's is based like that. He could have avoided losing a shoe in such a critical time as this. We need to inject bleach into his vocal cords in Minecraft. You already don't wanna? You'll be taking a fat break from this game after this is done. Honestly, I'm even playing with the thought of completely flushing it, but we're so close to the ending, I just have to see how it ends. Did he actually just shoot the balloon? We could play a good game. Oh, no. I'm not saying we'll play something after this case is... or we'll keep this going after this case is done. I'm just saying... in like half a year to a year, plus maybe a decade, we can dig up the one case, and then another decade later we can dig up the last case, and then we see how this ride ends. When the trauma is healed, exactly. When we refilled our reservoirs of patience. When we fueled up on enough good vibes from better games. I don't think I'll ever forgive Shom specifically for making us waste so much time. It is kind of rough how he constantly gets forced into the story. You're not getting these hours back, I'm sorry. I'll make up for it with banger games like Silk Song, and probably, maybe, don't quote me on this, SMT sometime in the near future, maybe. Gonna silk your song so hard. I'm going to silk my song until I... This conclusively confirms my suspicion, and the man responsible for sealing the professor from a damn two spells. Naga? I've seen that, like in the trailer, I rewatched it. I've seen that she gets a lot of different skills. I don't know if it's just gonna be like I'm the amulets or something, or if she actually gets different skills from the usual Metroidvania skills. Is the voice bit of the unreasonably thick wife of the map guy. When she goes like, ah, Naga. I kind of forgot that she existed. The guy with his weirdly hot wife that he constantly just abandons. They're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. The waxwork head has been entered into the court record. Are we done here? The logical pleasure cruise. He's in the save. Just fucking open the save. Why are there spikes in front of the save? Is that just a Dark Souls trap? What's going on here? Do you think there's gonna be any recurring characters? Or you think that it's gonna be like a prequel or a sequel, either or? I'm guessing it plays after the whole story. He was in fact searching for the combination to his save. Is there gonna be a hidden Hollow Knight fight? Maybe. I think it's kind of cute how in the logo for Silksong, in the bottom part of the decoration, is the face of the Spider Queen. Third part of the trailer was Hornet slapping the kissy bug. I've actually seen clickbait thumbnails of that shit. Of that moment. This time we're at this game of hide and seek, don't you? It's such a good reaction gif. It was kind of a funny moment, I can't lie. Honestly, I genuinely... I'm so excited. It hasn't really clicked in my head yet that it's actually coming out. Because it's been like so long in my mind. It's kind of like a myth, a haze. That's like, oh yeah, that exists, but you know, you don't worry about it. It's not physical. But I'm kind of excited to explore all the little crevices in the maps and try to find all the NPCs. Another freak. Let's just see that Silksong literally took so long just because the devs were having a blast making it. I've heard that. I don't know how much I believe that. Is he done? Can I talk? Okay. I mean, I do want to believe that they just had fun making the game, so they kept creating more and more. But also, I feel like that can't be the only explanation. Though probably as they created it, they realized like, oh, this would fit, that would fit. Like, maybe it's true. Maybe it's just in a very simplified way. They just added more and more and then realized the project was bigger than they expected, and then they had a lot of fine-tuning to do here and there. Team Cherry is like the one company where you can believe it because it fits their MO perfectly. I don't know a lot about them, to be honest. I know that they're like a team of 3 dudes or something. You shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from them to spells as well. They feel like a massive shitpost. That is true, I guess. And honestly, even the first game was kind of filled with a bunch of weird stuff. But good weird stuff. Like the collector. I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. I refer, of course, to the time bomb. Well, why don't you just deactivate it? I see stunned silence. You're gearing up to die with me then. Like that one girl from the circus eating your charms and shitting them out in exchange for like 12k bug butts. I think it got more expensive and more expensive, but yeah, that certainly was an experience. Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. And that was too close for comfort. I've got one foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? Oh, got him. Mr. Sholmes' deduction can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance of an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Holy shit, for once our rose-tinted glasses are off. It's actually feeding them to her and farming the money to get those charms to be unbreakable simply because you didn't realize they don't break when you die in the god home. They don't break if you die there? That sounds broken. Gee. But I didn't know that either. I thought they always break if they're breakable. So what's your issue, malfunction? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here was precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Drubber. Is it a dream, technically? Okay, but would that mean that if you enter one of the dreams with a dream nail for a boss fight and then you die in that boss fight, they also don't break? So you were able to locate my workshop, and that I was not expecting. When I heard a whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Pretty sure that's the case. Interesting. For some reason, I woke my fine fellow today. Just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly I must have a screw loose, though as I couldn't remember the combination for the save. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I'd hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. Why are they all like this? I don't know. I give it to them, his animations are interesting. But we have yet to find a singular, likable character except Fonzieks. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that you hid yourself in the safe. Having first at this parcel ticking. Well, I no intention of being nailed by the police. Get a death wish, have ya? Hadn't reset that ticking time bomb. Please, where do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe, it's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. The safe was the only safe place. Shut the fuck up. Once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. He pulled the Indiana Jones tactic of hiding from a nuke in a fridge. That is certainly one of the scenes in cinema of all time. And the fact that people actually were like, wait, is that possible? Let's myth bust this. Like, what? Are you crazy? First of all, let's ignore the nuke going off. Have you seen how that fridge got flung around? I don't think that alone would be survivable. I'd always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. You survived it for real, for real? Yes, TV, the best teacher for real life. What do you mean? You know, as much as his animations are good, they also take forever. Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discord in here threw a spanner in my works. Something wrong, Rexon? And do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? Most people will also run, but that assumes you don't happen to run into the most lobotomized person in London. Sadly, we brought him with us. We kinda have to babysit him. What about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Halbrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this header belongs to. You don't even get paid for court or for keeping up with this. I think we get paid in keeping up with Mr. Sholmes by Iris letting us stay in her attic. I think that's the payment, plus the food that she gives us for taking him off her hands. I forgot her. Welcome back. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Considering taking homelessness, just go back to Japan, honestly. I think we learned enough. And you know full well this engineer as a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. Sholmes is the reason for Japan's isolationism. Sholmes is the reason most of the world hates Britain. My dear madame, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Sai? Sholmes is the reason Britain hates Britain. I can see it. If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you're quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell, you get out. But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Naruhodo. Yes. It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed. Yeah, also, we were the ones that found this place. Hello? We found it and saved the evidence. And found the suspect. We did all your work. You're welcome. Someone's hiding something? I don't think these people are hiding something, except, you know, the greater plot that is happening with the shadow government under Lord God, Lord, Strongheart, Justice, Chief, Emperor, King, Vassal, Baron of Mankind. So sorry, didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? If it explodes now and kills her, that would actually be a crazy plot twist, and I would be immediately invested again. Not that I want her to die, it would just be so out of nowhere. They were investigating that thing for 3 whole days and are supposed to be the super specialists for this shit, and they didn't find the time bomb that was laying out in the open just on top of it. I'm losing faith so rapidly in this country. He could have planted this later. How? It was constantly surrounded by police. You needed special permission to even go up the stairs. I've seen the police force. Well, yeah, but I guess in that case, both explanations are equally likely. That they just didn't find that shit, or that they just let the guy up for no reason. The most capable members of fucking dog. Not just a dog. A stray they just randomly picked up. Not even trying to be good at this. It just, you know, is better than these guys. 9/11. After the explosion. Near the tower. Really, Japan? Body? Good morning. I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Shut the fuck up, my dear fellow. Same to you, Mr. Sholmes. Why, naturally I should shut the fuck up. A true gentleman knows to be silent and not be a fucking nuisance that's constantly a smug wrong asshole. Thought you we would have won yesterday? Oh yeah, I forgot about the fact that we literally got him declared innocent and then he just was like, "Ah, no, please! I confess to the murder! I did everything! Kill me!" I hate... the hatred is coming back. It's like I never had a break for this. Yes, I will. I realize. Maybe we should inject bleach into more than just Sholmes' vocal cords in Minecraft. You've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction? Can you imagine if I do this, it just flicks his forehead with my fist? Where's my hug? Yeah, he would be that guy. Must have spelled it out. I, the great Mr. Sholmes. I didn't read that, whoopsie. Arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. Congratulations on having a normal person's sleep schedule. My sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulls the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me and kicked me from the bed. Was she your mother? Then she put a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Doesn't have it in her to go that far. Too nice. You are God's gift to mankind. This guy, however, no. This guy is the curse. You know how God tests mankind just for funsies? That's his test. If you manage to be in his presence for like a day and not commit a violent crime like stab him, that's your instant ticket to heaven. Now, is heaven worth it though? That's a little debatable. So maybe keep a knife handy. Shows is the 11th biblical play. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know. Can we just get inside and talk to more people that are at least more pleasant to be around? You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. I talked to the judge for 30 minutes. No, honestly, I'd kind of like to talk to the Japanese judge. The guy just that casually throws people around. Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy? Someone guilty in a close trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. The guy named Hell? Exactly. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. By the way, I know I said that I kind of feel like a Path of Radiance randomizer, but I had the randomizer kind of differently in my mind. I thought that it was like a Pokemon randomizer, so units get randomized and like their classes may be randomized, items get randomized, so on and so forth. But apparently all that gets randomized is their base stats, their growths, and the class they start out as, and I don't know, that doesn't sound too interesting to me anymore. I suppose you'll be here today, will you? Still amazed that you managed to find them in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Okay, then, as a favor toward me, for the rest of the case, shut the fuck up. Never open your mouth. The final chapter? Oh, we're actually doing it. I've felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding, as if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. We're going to be able to unlock the mask of the mannequin. It's gonna be the same face as Zeke's, and it's gonna turn out that it's his brother that was the killer, actually. Wait, he's here? Why is he here? Do you think he gets to drink as well? Zeke pulls out 2 glasses and puts in both of them. The defense is ready, my lord. He gets the Robbie bubble. It would be some killer sponsor placement. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Only finished prosecutors get the wine. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will be the complexity of this case rise considerably. Okay. I don't know how he did that without obliterating Zeke's right next to him, but I think he's only here because Zeke's figured out the assistant meta. Maybe. He not only figured out the assistant meta, but also the Japanese meta. So he just upped his chances by 50%. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. The smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way— yeah, we get it! It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you've successfully secured the engineer who disobeyed— The prosecution? Excuse me? Last I noticed, I was the one that found him. The defense! Just like his rigor mortis was half a year ago. Don't take credit for my accomplishments, you fucking vampire! Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Who have you chosen at random? Who have been chosen at random? Yeah, we get it. At random. Wink, wink. That's legit just what vampires do. And yeah. Also fucking British Abe Lincoln over here again. I search spice, deception, and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick that is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Ah! Anything I just don't hear the wrath of God if you ask really. We have to listen to one set on both sides of the fence and settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Doesn't make this a mighty, thick and mighty, I could just shoot the fellow I thought was guilty. Right on the streets. And then I went home, got a medal, want food from my wife, and she didn't talk back to me. Maybe don't wear a corset next, then? If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Von Zieks. Before I do, my lord, there's a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? And where he actually pulled a gun. Okay, maybe the joke hit a little too close to home. Hell do you mean unknown? Well, technically he could have accomplices. But yeah, we literally do have the guy in custody that even admitted to doing it. But fuck if I know. Yes, I heard this great news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. This literally could have been a memo. How do you mean? I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. Oh, would you look at that? The trapdoor opened. I'm sure that won't be useful later. It's so stretched by Von Zieks making up dumb shit, which isn't even the character for him. Is he stretching it? I feel like everybody else is stretching it. I think you just get the feeling that he's the cause because we kind of get some backstory for him. So he's around more than usual. But maybe I'm biased towards the only character that I like in this game. Spent all day last time committing to teleportation being real. Oh yeah. Well, to be fair, that is kind of his job. The protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. He also knows what's going on anyway. He just chooses to feed us scraps for 5 hours. Okay, but that's every case. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, on the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. The most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear: the victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control. Also, can we have an actual police officer in our corner for once? Why does the defense never get any assistance? Well, in the original you had Gumshoe, who later on came to your aid, even if it cost him like the last couple of scraps that he got as payment. He even got into a car accident just to bring us the evidence necessary to prove our case. Like, he crashed his car and said fuck the hospital and ran to the courtroom. As Lord von Zieks rightfully says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpire. He acknowledges that Mr. Assman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. Saying he accepts his responsibility, doesn't that just mean we admitted to him, you know, being guilty? Why do I need names? Haven't we declared this already last time? So what exactly were those two men up to behind the defendant's back? Suppose we're going for manslaughter instead of murder? Whatever at this point. Whatever gets me home in time for dinner. The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Winning by technicality? Thank you, counsellors. The position of the prosecutors and defense have been clearly stated. Lord von Zieks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer Mr. Enoch Driver to the stand. If I could speak binary, I would just make the joke of reading all of his sentences in binary. That would take forever, but imagine I would do that. If they've all seen him before, even though the case supposedly was solved under wraps, then I guess this government is just also very shit at secret keeping. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary, stunning business. What a surprise. I'm not saying it's surprising, I'm just saying, you know, kind of cheeks over here. There's no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind. Familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? Let's use that super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. If I have to read that full name once more, I'm going to do that. Yes, you can say that. I'm aware of it. That was a terrible accident, was there? It was used and Rebel constructed the mass machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Give me a second, I'm gonna turn my lights. An amazing device if you're asking me. But is anybody asking you? The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? What? Good gracious, do you mean to say? That wouldn't make any sense though, you know, his word means nothing here if he's just an engineer. Because he doesn't know the science behind the machine, he just knows he builds something. There's a difference between knowing how to build something and knowing how something works. That the experiment was bona fide. Yes, that's very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. We've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick. Objection! All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility and nothing more. So we're still believing in teleportation in this courtroom. Wonderful. We've procrastinated too long, I feel, beyond this case. About the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introductions. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? Oh, if only there were like a wax model or something that's been missing. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. Would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman has no twin. Talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant of money through conjuring know-how. It's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witnesses' workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science here. Yeah, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless science in the past, would therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science. Don't we literally have police personnel present as he admitted to planting the bomb? Does that not count for anything anymore? Does it only count for something when we're the one that it negatively affects?
Hold it!
You were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself. Not really, by chance. I had seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. He was an unscrupulous investor. It was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So what did Mr. Asman approach you in particular then? I can say, I presume, because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, a McKinsey's machine was built on solid scientific principle. Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick.
Hold it!
It's here that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however, the more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along, which implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore this, is there? It appears that the Kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. There's nothing left of the device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. He must have planned all of this from the outset. Oh. What? What tipped you off, Master Detective? In any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double.
Hold it! Objection!
We already established that he doesn't have a twin. Why are we doing this? Redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym The Professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Time to make a living. Actually, maybe this isn't the Funzik's brother. This is probably just the base double, honestly. I don't know why I immediately went crazy. Can we unlatch the latch, see what happens? No? Okay. I mean, can I present this? Am I gonna mess myself up?
Objection!
Okay, it's wrong. Maybe I shouldn't start jumping the gun. Maybe I should just play it normally.
Hold it!
First head first, you said? According to many witness reports from there, you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? I hate this animation. Another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I had labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me knows some things. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Do you know which injury was the fatal one? It's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. Terrible accident. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was faulty. As I said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inventing manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the idea behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. Is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles? Basic understanding would be nice. We're gonna see this like 10 more times, aren't we? You're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? Don't... What? He didn't even have a comeback, he just accepted the insult. What a bitch. We would establish that it was a piece of a stage trickery rather than genuine science. We'll have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Okay, honestly, I don't know what the game wants from me here. I already Lost 1 life. Met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's instructions. I don't see how I can disprove that. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. So you say. What do I have in my court record? I have a print of the engineer, Mr. Enoch Trevor. It's hard to make out, but he apparently likes wearing a monocle. In case it was used for demonstration, crashed down with the victim. Don't know what we want to do with this. More fragment of very unusually thick glass. Wait, when did I get this in my efforts? Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It's rather ironic, doesn't it? Yeah, Mr. Trevor really was a very talented scientist. Is there a key on here? Okay. What do I need this for? Very talented scientist, didn't understand the science. I mean... The whole show was a fraud. It would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. Ah, I see. I disproved this. Because I think there's a crack at the bottom of the birdcage. Where the impact was. Yup, yup. It actually crashed foot first into that shed.
Objection!
But I don't see how that's gonna bring me any further, you know? He's basically just saying, well, the eyewitness report said that it crashed head first, and I'm like, no, it didn't actually. It's like, okay, what does that change about the case? All the breakages in the wood at the base of the birdcage, not the top. Yes, and? The birdcage that was at this scene is damaged at the base. So, we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Or, you know, during the data or the matter deconstruction and reconstruction, something messed up and broke the birdcage in that place. That's also just something they can throw in here. This does nothing. How would the witness explain that? Like, where they're like, oh, you must know something about the birdcage being broken there. Like, no, he doesn't. If his story is true, why would he? Would still be broken at the top as well? Well, no, because it was broken at from the impact, supposedly. But what if it just, you know, broke as it assembled itself and then it fell down head first and just didn't take any damage from that? Because it's built different. Or what if just all eyewitnesses were wrong and it fell feet first instead of head first? Because people are stupid. Examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. Yeah.
Objection!
But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. Multiple people tell you the Earth is flat. Okay, and? The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion. At an altitude of some 60 feet above the ground, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the Crystal Tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports admit such chaos are notoriously unreliable. But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However, he felt it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Stop with this animation. I feel myself dying slowly every time I see it now. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebrae actually. How do you know that? I'd have to see what's motivating Lord One Zeeks. The witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. This just takes one to kill you? Okay, but how would he know that only one has been crushed? If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? That's the undertone here. Yes, there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. Elaborate, so I can disprove you. Seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Words, use them. Agreed. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. Also, I kinda am in the mood to make some fries. So I have something to snack on. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high or... what? The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from? We already established the stupid balloon shit. What do I present here though? The strapped balloon? The painting? I guess not the painting, considering the third balloon vanished from our painting.
Objection!
How? We established this yesterday! I'm so angry! This is so classic Ace Attorney right now. It's like, I have solid proof that this is just a false statement. And the game's like, nah. Shut up, loser. Where is it? Where's that statement?
Hold it!
It's supposed to prove there was a way, not what the way was. Before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, and there are lots of witnesses, so Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage. So, how do I prove that there was a way and not they, you know, what the way was? How is that not the same thing? The victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. Picture the kid took a chance. I think the way they talk right now, it's the picture with the giant hole in the middle of the machine. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet out. The difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. There's no other location from which the birdcage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Okay, so they want another place. Okay. They just want another place, they don't want to know where they're... Okay, I got it. So we show the picture with the hole. Okay, does the game want me to show the tower blueprint or does the game want me to show the whole thing? There's no other place. I'm... Please just work.
Objection!
They wanted me to show the fucking blueprint. I hate it here. How much more sword proof do you assholes want? Here, my third piece of solid evidence. I feel like a blueprint of the place and a picture of the place that also clearly already shows where he could have fallen from is kind of the same thing here. Going it could have been from the machine point and here's how, look at the hole. You know? Picture doesn't show where he has fallen from. This doesn't show anything either. A fall of about 30 feet or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. It appears the defense is smarter than all of us. Maybe we should all shoot ourselves communally later on. In Minecraft.
Take that!
Go on, console. Turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. The experiment got underway. The machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assumed there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two. My lord and friend, there's no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Almost like I presented that like 5 seconds ago. Oh, I don't even need to point this one out, okay. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Far be it from me to question why it hasn't already been investigated. Grrr. Ooh.
Objection!
Gonna pounce on you. Our friend has reached the end of this wild assertions. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. The argument fails to hold water. On two accounts. Enlighten me. Before and after the experiment, the witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. Yes, and? He could have just had some of the levers do that for him, or, I don't know. Here's a crazy thought. Use a timer, like, you know, the timed bombs. I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. Forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion. It's a wax double? Can't be. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? And he had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? There's always a reason to kill? Yeah. You know, sometimes the reason to kill is just for the fuck of it. You know, some people just want to kill for the sake of killing. That's all the reason they need. I have your contract provided by the witness. Some people get killed over owning 50 cents. Some people get killed because some asshole cuts them off in traffic and then goes on a road rage. What contract is this, Lord Von Zeek? Some people get killed because they keep bothering people in public with stupid pranks and then they get shot over it. Mr. Drebber has to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Alice, I know, don't worry. Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted into that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, that contract would become null and void. Okay, so the contract becomes null and void and you can cash 100% instead. I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Nihil. Seems that offense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Von Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Drebber's contract has been entered into the courtroom record. It's true. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage another stage with the one in the Crystal Tower. He couldn't have done it. In any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. Let me just... There's one aspect... Sorry, I'll talk to you later. The contract between Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber detailing the terms by which they would profit from the Kinesis experiment. The investor, Mr. Odie Asman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Okay. There were 2 bird cages, and the prosecution is unable to deny that. I'm sure you are on the right lines, Mr. Naruto, and I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Or can we still investigate the space underneath the machine? Well, I must say, I'm a little surprised. Came to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. He has some thick eyebrows, Jesus Christ. So, if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume. You're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If those accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. I have no idea who the help could be. I only have so many lives left. I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. What's my stance going to be? Did Rabbi have an accomplice or not? Name the accomplice? Brother, what? Am I just going to name Odie Asman as the accomplice? I mean, you could just say it's this guy because he controls the balloons. So maybe he just gave a spare balloon to him? Plus the guy is strapped for cash as well, is he not? I don't think it's Courtney's side. It would be funny. Could be the forensics woman? I don't think so. I mean, it could be her and she just faked having her piece stolen, but then why would she call the police over that? Imagine it's the kid, Bohemian boy. I'm gonna say it's this guy. The twirling mustache man. The two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Well, okay. If it comes down to the bird cages being switched, maybe it has to be the forensics lady because she, you know, he needs somebody inside the police force to do that. Plus the coroner's report could have just been faked. I don't want her to be evil though. Rather obvious. I mean... yeah, kinda.
Take that!
What's wrong, nipple man? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. Every single person in this courtroom is already against you. Chill out. She's obviously evil. Well, yeah, but you know, I don't want her to leave after this case. She has such a cool design. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Hot people can be evil, accepted? No! Impossible! Bonk. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Sy. What? That's crazy. The head of the forensics investigation team, the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim, the one that constantly kept tabs on all the evidence. We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out this switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. The one who literally chased us out of our investigation. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigations team. When else could this switch have occurred? It can only have been in the team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand. You got some nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the Oz's name through the mud. Well, maybe you guys should stop tampering with evidence and trying to, you know, get innocent people into jail just for your quota. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room work out there. How dare you call her a criminal? Stop tampering with evidence in my court. I'm sorry for this outlandish suggestion. My little friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. How do you know that? How does he know that? It's only bad when the defense does it. And then Phoenix goes on to be a bum. That's where he was attacked? Oh yeah. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. I love her! No! One which the prosecution demands you address at once. Would you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? A grave problem? I do get it. The birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another. That cage must also have contained a body. And yet, no missing person was accidental deaths have any whatever. We know what it is. It's a wax figure. A wax figure. Yeah, there was no one dead or alive because it was nobody. It was a wax figure. She's a coroner, my guy. She technically has access to every corpse, even if it wasn't a wax figure. You know what? Also true. I mean, I have evidence, but something tells me the game's going to rake me over the coals if I present it, and it's gonna be like, well, you need to unlock the mask first, so you can confidently say that that's the one. Even if I could be like, it could be a wax figure, and he had this wax figure head that he stole, so maybe if we had somebody from the yard unlock this for us. I'm gonna be a dumbass and present it. Really bustering. Was it that appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators?
Take that!
You know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on the stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contains something else, been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky to crash into the crystal tower. I'm gonna be right back. Also, do I make myself a snack real quick? I think I will. I'll give in. The body double inside the second birdcage was infect. It's alright, Mr. Naruto. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself. And come out with it. How did we ever... Like, how are we a functioning adult without her around? I guess he's kind of... Is he a teenager? I don't know. Is he 17 or something? Is he not of age yet? He doesn't even have a page for himself. Okay. I guess around the same age, but still. He constantly, every time he tries to do something, he needs her to tell him that it's okay to do it. Well, I'm sorry? Why is that here? Why is the full display here? He did crash out rather hard without her. He literally saw her face everywhere. Fair enough.
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Japanese friend. Oh, I'm sure a lot of people creamed their pants about for that one. No, tell me. What are you playing at? Time to show the Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. Crashes into the jury. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, I could hardly resemble him less. Take the mask off, like... What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Dr. Weber. Drebber. Felt cute might retract later. Just days before Professor Harebrain's performance and public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from a damned spells. Did you say abducted? 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. And the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembled. Take the mask off and say that again. You can't say that there's no resemblance without seeing the face. Why am I taking crazy pills again? Are we ready to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Objection! Wetzler! If you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord! I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. What kind of... Okay. There's no agreement to be reached here. They can either reach innocent, which that hasn't really been proven here yet, or guilty, which none of this points towards guilty either.
Guilty! Guilty!
This makes no
Guilty.
sense at all, but
Guilty.
what does in this case?
Guilty!
Kill me!
I'm so over this. I want to get out of this country. I want to go to America or Japan. One or the other, please. So as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. Oh no, whatever shall we do? Oh wait, summation examination. Like, how could they possibly have come to the agreement of guilty here? Could you imagine real court was like that? Like, actually publicized on TV and, like, streams and everything, and you had, like, a live tick of the jury and they're leaning toward guilty or not guilty as the court proceeds? And you just see in real time change it to, like, more guilty, more innocent. Sounds like an RTL's Y series. Honestly, kinda. I've known that woman for years. She'd never been accomplice to anything. So that automatically means that my client has to have done it? That's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving within one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I've had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. What are you on about? Like, yeah, I agree with you, the police sucks, but I'll still vote guilty against you. What are you saying? I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. They literally got lured in by women can't be evil. They're just like me. Accusing someone without right evidence is not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. You just did the same thing, child! I'm losing my mind. Seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinions, given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim. I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as an Mr. Asman's body double, but you could have taken the head off, which was done, and then put it on a corpse. Just saying. The applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. Imagine just dressing up a wax figurine. Yeah, also imagine people accurately making out somebody's build as he's 60 feet in the air and plummeting towards the ground inside a caged contraption. I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model. No reason why, and nothing else would do, you mean? And I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looks like the victim. What if that's the case? We must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yeah, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you're ready, Counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Get pressed. The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. I'm a copper lad. The copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. Oh, he's definitely... His offspring is going to America. What's wrong with that? Where do I start? I'm working at the yard for 40 odd years. That's even more than I thought. Only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know? You know what I think is funny about the police's shit business? That people call TV shows nowadays that are like, ooh, it's a crime show, yada yada, that portray the police in a capable and good light. They call it propaganda. Oh man. We certainly live in some times. Like, not that it's anything new, that's been like around forever, but I still think it's funny. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started, it was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too. More than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Scythe, you mean? That's right. 10 years ago now it was. when I was still a youngish bobby in the beat. When she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensics investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell ya. Did you tell me without holding that gun in the air? And we're all out to uphold justice, lad. Full on vim, we were. Full on vim! That's coming across loud and clear. No nonsense to think that two would ever be conniving with one another. But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders in Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. It's real policing for you. It's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there! Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. There was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. Right. Oh. That woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. Well, only you knew. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. It was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. I think my snack is ready, so I shall be right back. Almost like she's using her position to frame him. Impossible. The police? Corrupt? They would never. Oh dear, this is most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? You sure about— wait, I'm in the wrong. Yeesh. Oh, what's going on? No, go back.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? I mean, not that I know of, unless the professor that is that wax model is their dad or something. And true, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. What should be the professor, dude? I mean, that would be funny. But what if the professor's just their dad, and this all just to get, like, revenge on somebody? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know? I might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor there. Okay, so she writes yaoi fanfic. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough.
Hold it!
Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our greater magic in parks, on the street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives more difficult. Beef time. Oh my god, okay, he's gonna kill the child right next to him, or himself. Honestly, neither of which would be a loss. Well, maybe the child. No, I'm not gonna blame the child for being a little weird in logic. How do I pursue you?
Excuse me!
You got something to say, Mr. I forgot his name is Otamo. What are you calling a mass murderer? Back in my day. Back in the good old days! It wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone. We earned the public's trust, we did. By love, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was a hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. Hold on a second. Do we know who this is addressed to? No, because it's kind of small. She was the best of the best. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Ah, sorry. carried away. Stevens is Dr. Syme's maiden name. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course, a legendary coroner. Can I present evidence? Or do I need to YOLO this one?
Objection!
Good gracious. Those statements... Juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Syme's maiden name is Stevens. And through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling. Also, the court cannot overlook the last remark. I very much hope there's substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. I would ask the court to look at these nuts. It's just this one, right? I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. Guess it's the other one. Wait, which one is it? Am I blind? I mean, I must be. Is it this one? I think this was the... Okay, yeah, okay.
Take that!
I fear a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? Honestly, it's kind of more likely. Do you feel like there's been an update since then? Drawn up after the convict's execution. Courtney Stevens? Oh! I don't know where the police guy is confused that the top coroner was on the coroner report from 10 years ago. 2 days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from a dam to spells. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman as all. There's some unsavory relationship between those events. It's no doubt in my mind that the professor's case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Why? Why see for this? Not that I complain. She's reading too many Sholmes novels in her free time.
Hold it!
She claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. And that I did. But there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? If a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. Not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not sewing. Evidence that the professor's waxwork was inside that birdcage. Wait, what? Do I have evidence for that? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, this is the real guy, for sure. Oh wait, no, we do. That giant glass shot that was inside the pocket of the dummy. I forgot about that. Maybe the break was a little too long. I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. You're wearing black yourself, my guy. What's going on here?
Take that!
The crystal tower. Holy smokes! On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence this small piece originated, is that it? Precisely. And so, what do you say? Isn't it funny how nobody was present as we found that piece of glass inside the dummy's pocket? So technically we could have just smuggled that from the crime scene and been like, actually, I found this in the murderer's jacket coat, and it was this guy. Trust? Anything to finish this? In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage. I mean, do we not have the right evidence for this now with the piece of glass? Okay, is it these two or... Wait, okay. There's like two people I could probably pin to against each other here. The fact that they're connected doesn't mean that they're conspiring together, so I don't think it's these two. But I do have evidence, so... I guess it's the child, or at least I hope so.
Objection!
You could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me. You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. How much corn did she bring with her? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. How did she get selected for juror duty? Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me, as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further. Much like in the US, it's a random selection. Ah, well, me too then. If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. Okay. We did it! Well done, Mr. Naruto. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Dreb and Dr. Sai. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't! My theory, perchance? What if we also call for a locksmith to open the mask? You know, before the finale of this case. make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Yeah? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Yippee. One step closer. A sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? Straight friend from university in the dark. And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life. Oh yeah. In what particular manner? Oh, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Von Zeeks. Seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Almost like them having a link to the case is why they are here in court to testify in the case. Crazy. At least me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to anyone else. Just as it should be. Dr. Courtney Scythe, Stevens, good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. And that was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? Your request, that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? He immediately runs off because he's scared. You think it's been 10 years? 10 years in the laboratory wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. The policeman and the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens. I have accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Von Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Dr. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. You can just say no to a case? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please, don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. You can if you're the literal god of court. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime with the way that I see fit. I've no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. So you came here to brag, tell me that I get fucked by the system and leave? I would hate you for it if I wouldn't think it's kind of funny. That's kind of a fun Zeke's move as well. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Are we really this dumb? The case that's so important that it was kept under wraps, do we not understand that this would be Pandora's box? That putting it out in public would be a huge mistake? The thing that was deliberately kept under wraps? We take the daughter then? Honestly, I remember she had a daughter. I don't remember what she looked like. I remember she was a psycho though that wanted to dissect us. No then, I believe it's almost time. She had the plague doctor. Oh, correct. I must make my way back to the public gallery. On the edge of my seat awaits. If in the course of this trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. I hate how everybody in the Shadow Government case just uses me a pawn to push their own agenda. Without being ever specific about anything. So they can be like, well, I didn't say anything. He found all of that out on his own. Like, I'm sorry. Time for the final chapter. No matter what. Just ended already? Why is that just standing in the middle? Counsels for the defense and prosecution. Are you already unable to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. It seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertions that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Not one seeks. My lord, are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tussauds? Bring the witness! Bailiff, show me them two spells of the sick thing. Things are about to become a lot more intensive. Or intense, what am I saying? I was Robert's responsible, as I'm sure he is. It means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Sun. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. The model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have going on. Why? But why? And the proprietress of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. What horror. A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. As long as it doesn't start talking, what if it comes to life at night? That is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model kidnapped? Yes, my lord. And there was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odiasman. Oh, but of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? Yes, please. I don't know what face you've carved onto that fancy figure beneath the mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed! The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity hidden remains a closed, guarded national secret. There's no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Quel dommage. It would seem you're unaware of the Tuspel's principles. What principles? The family Tuspels has always had prided itself on sculpting its models a la perfection. So of course I dug up the body and then used that as my reference. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity, et voila, our principles. A member of the Tuspel's family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. The queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine side. Holy metal! They actually worked the soul of the queen into the waxwork. You're correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We'll stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica for... Wait, did you actually dig up the grave? Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It's the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask, the true visage of the killer is there? This is ludicrous. That's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tussauds special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. No. If you're all so sure that it can't be true, why don't you gamble your careers on it and we unlock the mask right now so we can just move on with this? I don't care about her testimony about how she got the real visage going on. I just care about the real visage here. Just unlock the helmet so we can know what's underneath. Stop the Strara. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shooketh the society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Tussauds family principles. I enlisted the aid of a gravedigger and created a mold. Wait, oh, I was joking, please. For the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until the grave they gave me the signal. I was there for a very long time at night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this? Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. That monster. Tussauds would not be Tussauds if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen this special exhibit at your museum, Madame. Wouldn't you know then that it's the guy? Am I crazy? Well, maybe he wasn't the judge on that case. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based on the picture in this article. Was the bald mask to blame for the Great Lakes? Something rises from the grave. Executed criminal returns in the dead of the night. At Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison on the night of that foul demon's execution, the newly something professor forced off his grave cover. Honestly, it's surprising that nobody... Mad Sheep Rampage? The Great Stink? Krakatoa Eruption? Charles Darwin to receive eco something. Receive pop Copley medal? Yeah, Copley medal. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoys absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before. That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. Okay, hear me out. Here's my theory. Because that was like 10 years ago, I don't think it's their dad. I think it's like their third sibling or something. So the coroner lady pronounced him dead while giving him something that would let him fake his own death. The same thing that they did to Sword Boy of the Dragon. And then Professor Man, whose hair turned white, was supposed to get him out of the grave once he woke up again. And then the final piece of our reasoning will be pointing to his assistant and be like, well, he's the evidence that it's possible. Special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shook the Society of London. What am I supposed to disprove, yeah? Wait. The picture was drawn by Mr. Asman. I just saw it.
Hold it!
And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget. Ah, right. I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor has whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. Oh, the interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. And they tried to kill Mr. Asman for getting the picture or something because he saw that it was all a hoax. An instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. Or because there was blood on the camera. I don't know how she got the camera though. Maybe it was his camera. He killed Asman on the spot. Put him in the grave as a decoy instead of the real guy. And the monster that got executed took over the place of Mr. Asman. An instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it's just a rumor. A London rumor. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Oh, the special exhibit was modeled... Okay, I mean, we keep repeating stuff over and over. It's not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lone Gate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Hold it!
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. From Sir. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even. It is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of this special exhibit, of course, the Professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of two spells. I enlisted the aid of a gravedigger.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it? I don't think she cares. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him. It is the raison d'être, I don't know. But the man was convicted in a closed court and sent from immediate execution. And surely nobody but the members of the jurisdiction present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor. Well, apparently it's no longer a national secret, considering this has been on display for like 10 years now. Now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your Steam Museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family.
Hold it!
Difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. What? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What about the gravedigger? Just pay him a couple extra to hold the gin closed. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Rigor mortis. Rigor mortis, I think, is kind of an interesting phenomenon. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's where you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do work with all this talk of corpses. It's like burn victims and their boxing pose, because all their muscles get fried, which causes them to contract in a very specific way. I mean, it's probably significant. Add it, please. The atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death, is that right? Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed on the subject. No. There is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. I don't think you need to admit it considering you literally asked what it even is. Corpses should be your domain. I am no good with them. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
Hold it!
Said that dawn was approaching. What's the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say, but when I left the cemetery with the utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4... How do you people know this? Fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Did me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now too? Certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame. I wonder, what you just said particularly significant? Sure. hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred.
Hold it!
Do you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? Well, it's brighter. I paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Don't you just have paid off the warden too? Oh yeah, just pay off a lot of people. Leave many unresolved strands hanging around. Many loose ends. I'd already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone. Oh, the secret is no longer a secret. Around 4 when you began your sculpting work? That must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. So we have to go on. Okay, what do I have in my stuff to disprove of? Death by hanging confirmed at midnight. So the fact that rigor mortis didn't set in yet would be weird, considering that it's been 4 hours, so just after peak rigor mortis. Present.
Objection!
Shush. I fear an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and the particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Cool. Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspel was creating a wax impression just before dawn. At the time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. On the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging, confirmed at midnight. The professor indeed died at midnight that day. Then, by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No, coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible.
Objection!
Yeah, I'm having a prime time just accusing all of Britain's legal work. The professor died that midnight without question.
Objection!
The professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Diet. Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. Wait, what? I do? Hold the phone. I don't think I do. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. And the evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on that night to the professor's execution. Is it the camera with the blood spurt? I don't know. It's the only thing I can think of. I don't think a news article counts. Unless we're gonna be like, well, he actually was alive and then somebody shot him. Camera from around the neck of the waxwork from Sadreva, and the special exhibit when the lens is extended, dark staining is visible on the bellows. I mean, it's either the camera or it's the newspaper article, and then the other one links back to it. Narrative that Faldium's execution and Moody was the grave for open free. Does it give me a time when that supposedly happened? Well, I just rip it.
Take that!
This is more plausible than the camera. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at a local cemetery. You suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again. Don't be fooled. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. Mais oui. The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that
Objection!
night. Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him. On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. Has nobody read the article but me? Who's the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery?
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. and the condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and besides the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man, a 10-year-old younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber was there, in Logate Cemetery. What is all this talk about, Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Extremely significant, madame. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago. The perpetrator was the very same man. But that would mean... But from long ago in the past. Was he the gravedigger? But he couldn't be, considering he was part of the university. Was Sholmes? I kinda want Sholmes to be the final villain so we can just see him go to prison. Sort of a young man in that terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and through Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No, it wasn't. No details were published about his identity. His name was never... No, it what? Brother! Mr. Enoch Drebber. It even gives like his address as like at the University of London and resident of its student dorms. Okay. Plus, right here, in like fat bold. Wouldn't mind seeing her executed, that would be a crazy final scene. A part in this one newspaper? Okay, so everybody else should also pick up on that. Or are you not good at news? Are you as good at news as you are at police and legal work here in London or Britain in general? The Daily Circus. Unbelievable. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not. See, so you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of this man, did you? Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. Imagine you're a well-known... I guess having your model is mark of being famous, so maybe I shouldn't question it. The public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. Then 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to the use as a body double for the victim in the case we are discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has never seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was of that professor, is what you're saying? And Dr. Scythe put a name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. This court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. But according to the missive I recently received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord von Zeeks won't be summoned. Lord Stronger has forbidden it. We're not gonna flashback to like 5 minutes ago.
Objection!
The same prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together as family. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. Gotcha triggered, eh? The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. They weren't colluding with one another. This crime could never have been committed. And just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Time for the final push, for a third time. Strongheart won't be happy with us. I mean, he already wasn't happy with us. But can you imagine the idiocy of him? He takes away our right to be a lawyer, then we beg him and he's like, yeah, you know what? Since you do stuff that really just does not benefit us here, and you keep on digging no matter what, even if you're told not to, how about I assign you to this case where one of my most trusted associates is implicit in. I'm disappointed in you, Lord von Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not of my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. I will be right back. Give me like 1 short second. You took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Sun, as the instigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. Where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Driver, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. Okay, so all he needs to do here to get free is say, I lied. I didn't see him come back to life, and it's GG's. We can't pursue that anymore. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court, tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student that saw it. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tussauds, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all this. He was a research student at the university, and a bit too clever for his own good if you ask me. Cool. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now, here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well then. If everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, or for what it's worth. So, Mr. Driver, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. Will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. the reason I was on Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. Why would you even say that? Just say you lied and you're scot-free. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. And then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believe a corpse could come back to life from the dead. A hoax. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. That's a crazy thing to admit to in a court of law. But I guess he's not the only one admitting to this. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. Actually rather common back then to grave rob corpses from cemeteries because there was such a major lack of bodies to study for doctors. I actually know about that. There was even, I don't remember which show that was, but I've also seen it in a show before. I think it was a horror show, perchance. I don't remember. It's so bad, some people rigged the lids of their coffins with What the hell? I didn't know about that part. Holy corpse bomb. The first student that tried to make some extra cash off that must have been quite in for a surprise. My fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Double the numbers of corpses to sell from that grave? I don't think so. I feel like the explosive would make the corpses unusable. Unless you were looking for only specific parts. It caused me a great many headaches. It caused me. In the end, I had to leave the university. It's explosives, but it was mostly shrapnel bombs. Oh, that's nasty! Like homemade nail bombs and shit? Out of interest, who drew this illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. There's an actual pattern for it too? Or patent? A patent for the grave robber's bomb? That's insane. You think there was a service selling you like coffins, and then if you bought like the premium service, you also get a free coffin bomb with your burial? Someone made money with that because of course they did. Oh man. There's some crazy stuff hidden in history. The reason I was on Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for this sort of moonlighting.
Hold it!
Surely you'll need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. Okay, I mean, listen. I don't want to judge people based on their appearance, but if you want me to... The lantern is great. So mechanical because of one such bomb, but that would be an insane plot twist. Plus the eye that he's missing. But it looks to me like it's not a fully mechanic arm. It kind of looks like he has the mechanics on his arm as well. It kind of looks like the mechanical parts are wrapped around his arm instead, or around his hand. Professor totally killed people and used the subjects for study. Oh. You think there was somebody buying or paying extra for rich people because they're cleaner and they have like different, or their bodies are afflicted differently? That actually makes sense. And then he just took over the moniker of the professor. Or maybe he is the professor, but I feel like people would know his face then. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science. Maybe some highest order of law enforcement enamored with forensic science? Since we're caught between the hammer and the anvil, we needed funds for research. Professor Hairbrain said exactly the same. Quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you revealed this abhorrent behavior. Like you wanted to know why I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, and that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did, that I regret to this day.
Hold it!
These guys unearthed people for scientific study in the same period they ate mummies. I forgot that people did that. I forgot that there was like a whole subculture about mummies and all the shit about them. The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Victorian England must have had all the drugs? I mean, yeah, kinda. They literally went around the entire globe to find all the drugs. I didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead. I started big with the London news, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from Gossip Rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it sparked like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. It was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. and yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? And that particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration. Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor, because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters want to snoop around on matters that don't concern them. So they seem portrayed in the illustration as accurate then. Well... Thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor at all, though.
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Berkeley Prison, so it was renowned among the students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared at the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willingly to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said that what I'd seen in my mind's eye. So you just hallucinated really well? Resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night? Kinda, maybe, the blood on this, when he got shot? I think I do. I mean, he could just say that that blood could belong to anybody, but... The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Tussauds, of course. Precisely. Do we happen to see that his hair is black in the old pic? We don't even have an old pic, it's just a drawing. But in the drawing it is still black. Just like the wax figurine. And she likes to be very accurate, so... Do we have a selfie of him? Only a modern one, hold on. Court record. We only got this one going on, which is modern day. Otherwise we only have this thing and the wax statue, but the wax statue isn't even in here. But on the drawing is the camera. And the camera was in the exhibit and it has the blood on it, so I'm guessing that's flat on there as the corpse was shot. I think we could disprove it using his Sherlock moment, or his shock moment. Maybe. Must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I've explained, I went with a name published in the article, and I found the man. The Daily Circus is such a peak name for a newspaper. She went there at 16? Isn't she like middle-aged? Oh, she's 26, never mind. Thought she was like 30 something. These two are 30 something. Rude? Listen, I don't see what's rude about that. Nothing wrong with being middle-aged. Just look at the criminal forensics scientist. She's middle-aged. Late middle-aged at that. Well, not late middle-aged, but pretty much exactly middle-aged. Those are only 4 years apart. They may have studied together. Oh, they definitely did. Because, we know that, Zeke's and her studied together. And we know that, Zeke's and the other guys studied together. And we know that they studied at the same university, which also he was described to live at in the newspaper article. So guaranteed they probably knew each other from back then as well. That rich lady's smile is so fucking cute. Right! Just look at her. Only had her for one day, but if anything happens to her, you get the idea. She can be a reoccurring character. I don't mind her. Please force her on me instead of Sholmes.
Hold it!
She can be the new Sholmes. She could make cryptic wax models of murders that happened. And then we have to deduce what actually happened. Somebody informed the Dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and ceaselessly let slip that night after night. I was digging up graves, hardly a model student, you might say. Somebody ratted him out so they could have more corpses for themselves to sell. It's like Seijuma's revelations for skills in Yakuza 4. We just hammered statues out of logs. Did I ever see that? I don't think I saw that. But that sounds hilarious. Is this just Victorian weed deal? I guess. I've been runner of university. You found employment in a somewhat special trade. Well, we established his murder motive, we established his connections. Let me just get on with it. The difference between uni back then and now could not be more stark. Nowadays you get exmatriculated if you piss off the wrong professor. Back then they expect you to bring your own corpse to anatomy class. Wait, you could just piss off a random professor and that's reason enough for you to get thrown out? The way somebody changes tune. they hate you enough, they will find a reason. Students have next to no power. Oh, okay. Something that those freaks need more of is more power to hold over their students so they can abuse them in various means. Very nice. Very cool. It will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide. Trevor and Dr. Scythe are working together now, and then if Trevor were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way to way around it. I'd have to prove he really did see it. Do you think students keep biting the bullet and buying those ridiculously expensive books that just so happen to be written by the professor holding the class? I mean, that's also a type of abuse, but I was thinking about something else. Both work though, definitely. Can I actually present the camera here and be like, well, there's blood there, will that work? Or is this gonna be like, well, actually, you first need to present this piece of evidence? You know what? Sometimes they want you to look at these things twice, so let me just open this beach up again. I hate when they don't let you skip dialogue you've already heard. But that was the way to open it. Do I just click at the front here? Okay, so we got everything.
Objection!
Does this work? That last statement. Okay, it doesn't work. I think my thought process is solid. So what do I present here to disprove it? Just his white hair, but you can still be like, well, it was just a vivid hallucination, so my body reacted naturally. I mean, do I just YOLO rip the news article and be like, well, actually, you did saw it? What else do we have to play with here? I mean, I need to disprove this somehow. I checked everything else. Just saw the Great Stink article. The reason I was in a low cemetery 10 years ago was for moonlighting. Illustration in the newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. Thinking back now, I realized that it was no. I mean, like, how does the newspaper article disprove that he actually did see it? Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and I was all because of the newspaper. Right. How would I disprove any of this?
Objection!
It's an actual historic event, by the way. The Thames was so dirty it stank to high heavens. Yeah, I heard. Somehow got so bad that the House of Parliament became a catalyst for a modern-day sewage system. Because it flows right by there, right? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. They moved Parliament? Once again, I didn't know that fact. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based on what you told the journalist that you witnessed. I mean, he's probably gonna point out the number. A figure emerging from a tomb wearing an iron mask. And when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided. Wait, that was supposed to be an iron mask? I thought that was just a random zombie. I didn't think these were nuts and bolts, I thought these were random spots of rot. Because why are there two spots right next to each other? And why is it so asymmetrical if it's supposed to be a metal helmet? I was there as well. It was me. I was the professor. Rips his mask off, turns fucking 58 or something. It was decided in the closed court ruling that the man would wear a mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed, even during this execution and subsequent burial. That sounds like they had a scapegoat to take the place instead. His head just rolls off. This case is so scuffed. A lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about this condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Was it a scapegoat? Stronger as the professor, I'm guessing? Or at least so closely connected, he can't afford to have it become public knowledge? Well, it would make sense if Strongheart is the professor, because, the one that declared him dead and then got him out of the grave, is his strong or closest ally nowadays. As I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. First he was afraid, he was petrified. Can't believe he's still going to concede the point. Yeah, I can't believe we actually let him do it either. Like how Ziggs is actually on our side here. Hasn't he been on our side for like a lot of cases? He kind of just plays his point, but as soon as we get closer to the truth, he keeps going. He pulls like a whole Edgeworth. He witnessed a fellow grave robber at work. What?
Hold it!
I wasn't the only one visiting the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So, that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student of the equally insalubrious business as yourself. Okay, hear me out. If I was a body snatcher back then, I would wait for somebody to snatch a body so they can be my guinea pig and see if the body's rigged with explosives so I don't have to take shrapnel to the gut. And then when it's safe, you just whack them and you sell 2 fresh corpses to somebody. No risk and double the profit. Most of those students were probably giga drunk. Even better! So easy to kill the guy then.
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say... In the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stood a moment. Now once more. Think it would be weird if you sold your roommate to your professor? Well, okay, I'm not saying I'd bring my roommate, I'm just saying there's like other people grave robbing apparently, so you just tail them. Of course you can't just have everybody you know around you vanish, of course that's gonna bring a weird light to you. But also, grave robbing is considered so criminal that they kill you if you find out that you did it. So you might as well just full commit to the crime and kill a guy. Because if you get caught, you die either way, so at least make like double the money, no? And don't take risks of dying yourself in the process. Like the bombs. A gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery. I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Yes, well... I can only assume there was an
Strange.
embellishment bolted on by the reporter. Talk to me.
Excuse me.
Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Do take it out on Mr. Sholmes, but the real one, please. Oh la la. Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. I thought it was a little strange, that is all. Oh, Monsieur Driver. I could claim this now. You don't mind me saying, madame. Shut your mouth. Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery known, including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
No intimidating the witness! Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. Said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the detail. Oh man. Bragging about your crime and then... Like, what are you doing, man? Oh. But the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. And shut up, woman! You're making all this up. Dr. Mr. Drebber. You refute the account just given by Madame Tussauds. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on! Do you really expect? Control yourself, Counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. It's almost like the thing that I presented first to prove that he saw what he saw is now the actual thing that pushes it over the edge. So we could have just cut out all the middle stuff. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any splatter of blood though. Let me just...
Objection!
But that's the camera from the fateful night. Yeah, we borrowed it from your house of horrors. And by borrowed, I mean stole without notifying you, which I guess implies stealing. Would be weird if you tell somebody that you're stealing something. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a splatter of blood. It's from your last wine bottle. Can you imagine he accidentally flicks it forward and ruins some evidence? Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Sai? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. But that also doesn't prove anything, you know? That doesn't necessarily mean that it's the professor from 10 years ago. Well, Furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Grrr. Ah! Why would it be an animal's blood? Maybe he's also into taxidermy. He looks like he'd be into taxidermy, honestly. Wait, she's into taxidermy. I kind of forgot about that. Simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why do you want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. But whose then? Who could benefit? This guy's such a theater kid. Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. Wait, can we repeat this like 5 more times before we get to the point? Do you like his pizzazz? I mean, same, I love him.
Take that!
The hot lady. Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that there would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yeah, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape. Not in Great Britain. That I can come back to life, says the guy believing in teleportation. Says the guy that literally has our dead friend come back to life as his assistant. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. I mean, I've been saying it from day one, you guys kind of suck. It's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean... I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating with Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with a waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Yeah. Oh, okay, the splits are back. I was just going to talk about how Autopsy Lady is so much taller than Witch Lady. Update the autopsy report and say fake. Pray, forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. How's it feel, prosecutor boy? An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger? And disposed of him forever? It's Zeke's. Zeke's figured out the cover-up and then went to the graveyard to shoot him himself. He's like, say it! Say my name! Because otherwise it is not at all relevant as to who shot the guy. We have too little information to work that out at the present. Couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey's no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into a criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Are we one piece now? Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered to reach could warrant it, for research could warrant it. Must have been a boss or something? To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Yes, you did. Oh, are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? Well, money wasn't your motive. It was that he fucked you over in university. The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim now. Also, the contract was signed by tall lady. Coroner lady. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensics investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. A research grant was the aim. Taking Mr. Assom's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drever's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Assman. But why? Is it simply because he's a boobs man? They really struggle, fight about that this hard? Only one chance? I'm pretty sure I have it, but the game might be stupid again. The Feetman hiding inside the grave? The Feetman was the guy that shot the professor. He actually missed a robot boy because he wanted to kill the boobs man. Nice dodge. Two pieces of evidence? I only can think of one. Which one's the other one? What? Well, this explains why he wanted him dead.
Take that!
That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? Well, that dribble should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense. That means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considering alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. What other evidence? It's fake news, the biggest fake news, the fakest fake news written by fake reporters. Only trust the news written by my own news outlet that I own and supervise that only writes nice things about me. Maybe the trophy showing that he had a gifted future and he got fucked out of it?
Take that!
Clearly my learned friend only had half an education, and irony wasn't included on the syllabus. So let me put it into words of 0 syllables that even you will understand. He has the best singers. The play on syllabus and syllables. That was just a pun, Mr. Naruhodo. The irony was elsewhere. Oh. Sorry, so what's the second piece? Hold on, let me check this. So, I mean, this one's obvious.
Take that!
Wait, I already have... Okay, I didn't know that the first one... I thought I still had to present both again, so I just... I lost a life for nothing. Imagine reading... Listen, they yapped so much repeating the same shit, I just kinda... skipped through it. Is it just this because it's... Oh, it's because it's the same signature. That's why you need two. It doesn't make sense because you can already see like that it's the same, whatever. It's the same signature. That's what they want.
Take that!
Ignoring the fact that the name is... That's so dumb. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. Nuh-uh. Did so. There is something very significant. Really? The common link. Please just get on with that.
Take that!
Stick my nuts in your mouth. The signature and the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract. Do you have like a proper signature, by the way? Like something you practiced, or do you just make shit up on the spot? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who phoned Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. Is the same signature consistently? Never practiced it though? Fair enough. Is it a fancy signature? Is it some stuff like this? Like straight up calligraphy signature? If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. It's barely readable, your handwriting is shitty. That's kind of how I go about my signature. My signature is kind of like writing my name really, really fast and then just kind of going all over the place. But always in the same letter, so I know that I'm the one scribbling bullshit on the page. You can read like 3 letters of your signature. For me, it kind of depends on how I feel, probably. Whether you can read the whole thing or like it stops in the middle and then it becomes unreadable. The journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case. Oh, hurrah!
Objection!
Explain to the court why? What? Why would that constitute a motive for the... He got him thrown out of university! He ruined his entire life's path! We actually need the flashback here. Get a second flashback. Save me from this pain. At the time, you were a student of the University of London. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. Thoughts at you. So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of the underworld thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article. Written by the Ass Man. Stop this endless drivel about my life. Explain yourself, Mr. Weber. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it wasn't just the straw that broke the camel's back. What you mean? I have no life, not since, but the incident. The incident 9 years ago, back when I lived in that mountain village. That's how I lost my arm. You see, there was a bear. They struggled on with their hypotheses anyway, we all did, only to have them taken by Vulture. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that. Isn't that what... I might be throwing the wrong names around, but what Einstein did? Edison? Okay, I guess it was Edison. Working in a patent office and just bagging stuff under his own name. It was a miracle. Only Einstein actually did his own stuff? Why do I have his name in mind then? Hold on, let me... I know that it was only... well, whatever. Okay, I guess Einstein just came into my mind because it's a common, like, myth about him. Or he... Oh no, he did work in a patent bureau. But... Okay, I get... The general discourse is that he didn't steal anything. Oh well. I guess that's where my confusion comes from. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so was hardly a wretch. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me. Isn't Lowgate the name of the God King Emperor?
Objection!
I don't think so, I don't remember. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? Nah, don't check. It might be spoilers for the end. I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. We can simply check the next time we see him, if I remember. The end? What, did you remember the end? Have you seen it? I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Doubt it exists? You think they leave it on a massive cliffhanger again? Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent?
Take that!
You think the end is as real as Silk Song? Better off not believing in it until it's in your hands. The greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. About as real as Half-Life 3? Didn't they recently announce a new Half-Life, actually? Not called Half-Life 3, but Half-Life something else? There's no higher accolade, and recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious. I've never played Half-Life. Kinda curious why everybody's so foaming at the mouth for it. It's probably just a game of its time though, because I think Half-Life was like the first to do physics back in the day. So it probably doesn't hold up as well. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. Alas, as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Assman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Coroner lady? Obvious. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. I admit it. All of it. What? That's actually a what moment? We're just gonna wrap it up here? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. She's trying to save her hide? How? How is she saving her hide if she burns down the entire British judicial system and herself? Saying she wasn't necessarily coerced? Ah. Well, but... I mean, she kinda was, though. Unless you think that he wasn't stealing corpses. It's all true. Also, I think she doesn't want to save her own hide. I think she wants to end the case here so we don't dig into who the shooter was. Because that might reveal some more about the case. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I had done my best to bury deep inside myself It was the professor again staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I had the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Do we keep going or do we straight up actually end here? Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. Okay. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? You admit your part in it too, then? Nuh-uh. I admit nothing at all! I mean, we literally have a full-on motive and everything, a way that he did it, and witnesses that also testify against him. I feel like him straight up saying "nah" doesn't matter because, you know, they would always do that. That's the whole reason why my guy is on trial right now, and why his "nah" doesn't count. Have you forgotten the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Why do we need him to admit it? What does this jury do? Right? First of all, this should be an immediate not guilty. And then he should be an immediate guilty, but not in this case, but the next one. Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. We have police present as you admitted to bombing a place. We have all this evidence. Like, what do you mean? He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord von Zeeks. Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoing. Exactly. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true. It didn't slip my mind. Is he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, and thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objections? Without further ado then, the education. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. Can sense the hold on. Yeah, I... kinda same, but I hope we don't go there. Or it's gonna give you the option of like, should I really let this go here? Yeah, see, there it comes. What did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't make me do it. Like I said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. Is that really what we want? Literally, yes. We can talk about the rest in the next trial. What the defense should be pushing for now is... I mean, we should push for immediate education. I don't want further testimony. Damn it.
Objection!
This is so stupid. I beg your pardon? We demand one final testimony. Your Honor, I'd like to shoot myself in the foot. You realize I'm about to educate in favor of your client, I presume? What are you playing at now, my Japanese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of this trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. The one time the judge is on our side, I don't know, man. The one time the judge is on our side, and we have no reason to keep on going because we think our guy is actually guilty, like in the McGilded case. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out in the open. Yes, in hindsight. Don't flash me back to this, go. Thinking that Mr. Sholmes can think so far into the future is crazy. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Well, we asked for one final testimony, so this should be the final line, right? The final questioning? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point in protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination. Okay. Pray, forgive my careless handling of that hollowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? What's your objection, Lord von Zeeks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid! If there's more to this case that has yet come to light, Then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You're what? Lord von Zeeks. We gotta make out after this. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drever. Very well. The waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside the jacket. And the actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. What, the high-tech forensic team is implicit or is part of this whole thing? You're all crooked? All meticulously prepared, you did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of another stage. That's all. And that's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. You must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. Well, I can still demand it though, no? Can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. So hot. Is the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony? What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? The waxwork plot. Get pressed. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea of who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I had never heard of this engineer, so no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse is bolted now. The stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord von Zeeks. I'm well aware. As I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body? The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. As you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower. I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably, someone could be recovered by Drummer and returned to Madame Tussauds. Someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. Suppose you were focused on the victim's body than being a more important detail. The body had to be arranged in certain ways.
Hold it!
Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Fire Brain alone could have killed Asman. You mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from a stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report, as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. What is it, Miss Susato? Something about Dr. Sai's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all. Dr. Sai. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh, which part? The real cause of death? What she did to the victim? Brother, what? She plunged the screwdriver into the body, which, yeah, she did there. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted with a sharp implement. Broken vertebrae, most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. How does any of this help me? Is it because there's no blood here pulling out? But I mean, he already was dead for like a while. I think elaborate what you did to the victim might be better for me. The prosecution concurs as it points. Very well. You will supplement your testimony now. If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse, where it lay in the toppled cage, and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. Not taking this seriously?
Hold it!
I mean, are any of our cases ever serious? So it was you who stabbed Mr. Asman. Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. And the victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court why, don't ya? How does this help me? How does the other one help me? I'm so confused. He was stabbed in the chest. Correct. Is it the time of death that matters? Wait. I think it... Well, not really. The time of death should still be the same. Like, that doesn't really matter. Hemorrhage of a wound. A chest that hits the heart, hitting a shot. Would he have really hemorrhaged after he was already dead? I don't know what the game wants from me right now. I might just send a Hail Mary.
Hold it!
The entire team in perverting the course of justice. My team consists of the very best investigators there. Demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury and dare to talk of chivalry. It was a matter of priorities. And nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win. You need a lawyer. I take that sentence as a tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on? But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway. In many ways, I respect your determination. Nearly froze under the cold stares she said that. I believe she was being genuine though, Mr. Naruhodo. So that's her story. I'm just going to ask for the other detail and see what happens.
Hold it!
Why can't I skip my practice already? You said before about the real cause of death. I believe that may be significant. So could you change your supplementary statement? Why can't I just have it go? The actual cause of death was the neck trauma Mr. Asman suffered from the 30-foot fall.
Hold it!
You quite sure of that? It was a result of a broken neck? Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You'd never know just by looking at the photograph and the victim. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Assuming they can be trusted. No point calling her assertions into question without evidence. Get back to testimony. Wait, hold on. I think the contradiction here is actually the blood stain. Because if he was laying down like that, the blood would pool around and it wouldn't just run down like this. So the cage must have been standing or something. Oops.
Hold it!
Finally, I can skip. Okay, let me save though in case this game is done. Lay on the top of the cage and plunge the screwdriver into his chest. That would not be possible looking at the bloodstain.
Objection!
What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in the last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it. Yes, we've already considered it, that's true. But we know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. In the photograph, could we see the alleged inconsistency? No idea.
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It's clearly extending downwards towards the man's feet. And why is that significant, counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Of course, no. That's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Saith made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point in which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen down the stage out of sight. The shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. I'm so smart. But to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, didn't we literally just incriminate ourselves? Shh. I don't know why he threw that part in, so... It must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Sai, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What sort of misapprehension? You actually didn't have a broken vertebrae? You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of a note he left in the waxwork. He just wants to go home, man. Don't we all? You claim that you authorized a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us is only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? Consul, you've clearly struck up a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Saif's story is shown to be a lie in the contradiction of a testimony? The autopsy report. But I don't trust this game. Well, actually, it's kind of most of the things here. You say that you examined the body and wrote this report based on your findings. But that's a blatant lie, isn't it? Holy, she is kind of dying inside right now. I'm sorry, but I simply can't fathom what you're attempting to say. The truth is, you had your subordinates do the work for you, and they authored the report. But then you wielded your superiority over them and claimed the credit. What? Huh? What the fuck was that about? I mean, the part where she was coerced, I guess. The stabbing of the victim. I mean, the stabbing obviously was a lie, but we already proved that, so I don't know why I should say that again here. How she was coerced because she didn't get the letter and then go into the dungeon, I don't know. I don't know why I need to say it's the stabbing after I clearly proven that the stabbing was a lie.
Objection!
That's literally what I said with the autopsy report. But then he fucking pulled out the bullshit of, well, somebody else wrote the autopsy report and you just took your name under it. That's my explanation of the most obvious answer. Fuck this game. The birdcage fell from the stage into the void below. It must have hit the ground with considerable force. Probably lost consciousness for a while, but then he came around. He got to his feet, climbed out the cage. She actually didn't falsify the cause of death. Well, she did though, Astro Dude. Well, she claimed that the cause of death was the broken vertebrae in the neck, but he didn't have a broken vertebrae. That was my whole argument for the autopsy report being wrong. The autopsy report was correct. Well, in a way, she said that he was stabbed and that he had a broken neck. But he didn't have a broken neck. Exactly. No, I mean, listen. We already proved, or she said, that the thing that she changed in the autopsy report was the way that he died. So it would have been the broken neck. But specifically about the cause of... Okay, whatever, man. I was right, though, in my argument, and she pulled some bullshit out. And if I could have voiced my opinion in this universe, it would have come across correctly. Therefore, I blame him. Because what I said was correct. No, was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber? Your Honor, the game sucks? I mean, am I wrong, though? It was you, Dr. Courtney Sai. Also, I like how witch lady quietly excused herself from there. You've been taking me for a fool. It was you, was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Does it even matter though? You get like a worse crime if you didn't help in a murder but committed the murder yourself? Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making all this up. As if I would do something like that. That did not sound like the voice. That's actually how it works? Huh. I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruto has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. That's illogic, bitch! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. Just like the victim's chest. What do you mean? Especially under the pretense of coercion? I guess that's true. If you can say that you were forced to help cover something up, that's different from I stabbed the dude. I would have thought it obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. To... what? To keep the secret. There's no known connection to Dr. Scythe there? I think she's panicking? There's no obvious motive. But there's still something in the back of my mind. What about the picture? Well, he drew the picture. I'm sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. Something did come to mind. What was that, Council? Enlighten the court at once. We saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. Did we? There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Aslan. The iron mask, the scalpels, the screwdriver. The iron mask? Question mark? Brother, what? Because of his story, it's like the only one that has the iron mask in it. I mean, I'm lost too, so don't worry about it. Thanks, Susato. Very cool of you. Where did we see scalpels except in her place? Would appear that word has struck a chord. Oh yeah, she was buying a shit ton of scalpels, wasn't she? I kind of forgot about that. I don't get what that has to do with anything though here. I'm actually for a loss. Was Asmon just a supplier or something? It's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Ah, I see. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Dreva, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. You know, I haven't noticed it before, but she kind of has a Bayonetta haircut. You'll never understand, none of you! What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. Enlighten me. Just spill the secret. We're actually playing the criminals against each other now. 10 years ago you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation. This is surely the chance you've been waiting for to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. I'm not saying that again. It's the adult brain mock scientists and that are the worst, you know? They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. I'm sick. I can't abide their foolishness. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all, in the name of revenge. the condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. Ah, that's the name, never mind, that's how I heard it. If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Scythe to be precise. Really, from a conceptual point of view, this case isn't even bad, it's just shittily written. Yeah, I like the overall story behind it. I don't like that it's beyond obvious what happened from the start, and then you need to sift through like 10, or like not 10 hours, but like, well, maybe 10 hours at this point, but like 5 to 8 hours just to get to this point. Of you knowing what's happening, and then you have to just click through hoping that the characters catch up to the very obvious things. Meanwhile, Sholmes berates you with stupidity at every second. There was some kind of twists, but overall it's the writer's failure. Yeah. Remember who it was, of course, but just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. Yeah, there would have been a little better in covering up what actually happened. Those could have been very nice. How about the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team? Also, if they kind of had it be a bit more of a slow burn. Just never use Sholmes as a character. That too. Or extremely sparingly. Like, original Ace Attorney cases sometimes went over 3 entire days, where those 3 days would have been split in two with doing research and the overworld, talking to all kinds of people involved, and then the other half is just you in court. And this one was just over 2 days. And most of it was talking to the same 4 people you always talk to anyway, with barely any new people around. When I learned that news, my cognitive process started to devise a plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. Can't help but feel a little bad for this guy. I mean, yeah, I can see where he's coming from. Issue is a little that I'm not all that invested. No one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for a purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. And being an idiot. Like, he straight up goes to university and he's kind of a fake scientist. Like, I'm sorry. I mean, he is a failure and a fraud. Like, I don't know what you want me to tell you here. I don't think Drebber had any hand in that. He just kind of, helped the process along. Our defendant literally just wears the what's it called? The white coat to appear smarter. Okay, hear me out though. The fact that British people, because of the British government, can just get away with murder and there's no issue, probably means that Scythe is gonna get a close trial and then she'll just be found not guilty or something. I don't think she'll actually be convicted. And there's no way for the powers that be to kill her either because she didn't reveal any bigger secrets. None of our business yet. Yeah, I'm just saying I have zero trust in this government, this judicial system. Well, technically, this Ace Attorney duology was all about Japanese judicial system being flawed beyond belief. So we came to Britain to learn from the best. And then we get to the best and just learn that it's the most fucked up, corrupt thing that you could ever imagine. It's been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you're absolved of all guilt. This sort of experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. I've been, this dedicated scientist, and this, fuck off. I'm not reading you anymore. I'm just spinning through you. You annoy me so much. I was very happy that this guy barely showed up today. Sorry, you have to look at this. Sorry, what's not true? The worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Don't tie yourself with the same brush as Dreva. It feels like you're just glazing your friend here because he is a talentless, clueless idiot. He literally was willing to kill himself so he could pretend that his hypothesis was sound and that he's not just a dumbass pulling these ideas out of his... whatever. The man has no idea just how fucking stupid you actually are. Now that would be a statement that I can let slide. I think this sends the wrong message. Don't let other people tell you that your foolish ideas are foolish, even if you yourself know they are foolish. Stand tall and gaslight until they believe you. Yeah, they're friends, so he just wants to cheer him up a bit because he's depressed right now. I get it. And yourself for the sake of providing your proving your inventions. Death before dishonor. Like that one dude who tried to invent the parachute and tested it himself by jumping off the Eiffel Tower. Yeah, just like that. Oh, I know, don't you worry. Yeah, no, I... Don't talk to me. She can talk to me. Unless she's talking about shows, but I can't stand how she just accepts this stupidity. But that's just more Sholmes being in the vicinity than anything else. By the by, why do we exclusively get wimpy idiots to defend? Because we're a wimpy idiot? Can't even deny that. Naruto literally folded after being told that he is a shitty lawyer. What can't you allow? I'm not paying attention. Really gets illustrated when you remember Naruto's reaction in the wax cabinet. What, him constantly shivering in his timbers before every display? Like, oh, murder! I don't want anything to do with murder, even though I'm a lawyer. Dude pisses his pants in front of a human-sized kid. That's such a nice description. Huh? Is Hairbrain a target? But why? Hairbrain shouldn't be a target. Shouldn't it be obvious? Brother, how do we not? It's literally the only thing we brought up in this entire case. Every fucking second person we met, Naruto was like, right, the curse of the Reaper, the curse of the Reaper. And now he's like, huh? What's going on? Please someone explain. Probably to frame him again to save the coroner. Oh, that could actually be. Well, based. Like the mustache Nipponese, this man should leave the country. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Well, I can say that I'm sad that he will never appear in the near future. Back to prison. If you appeared again, you may have done the shadow government a favor. I don't think the shadow government gets anything from killing this guy. Except maybe catharsis. I will never visit you. Good enough? Yeah, I guess. Time for a hot, sweaty, sloppy makeout sesh? Show me those molars, little lawyer boy. The enigma, Baron von Zieks. And what does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes. You just see Zeke's laying there dead. That would be crazy. I would hate that. Oh, are we going to demask the guy? So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yeah, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven. Now you're imagining a Von Zieks and Naruto edit of that teeth brushing scene from Nisei Monogatari? I'm sorry, what? When I was reading that, I thought you meant that uh, meme image where people have like their mouths completely engulfing each other as like blobs. The brushing orgasm? Hold on. Nisei Monogatari. What the fuck are these thumbnails? What the hell is this? Oh, brother. I am moving on. I don't want to delve deeper into this. Can't believe I haven't seen that before. There's a lot of really weird anime stuff that I haven't seen. I think I'm pretty pure when it comes to the weird stuff. Or most weird stuff, at least. It's a rather popular meme. Maybe I've seen it and just repressed it, I don't know. Honestly, it would have been so funny if Ryunosuke would have just feigned ignorance and be like, "What? You hate the Japanese? Huh?" Clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you let me... Will you tell me what happened? The professor... Was he Japanese? I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. No, leave. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint von Ziegs. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens. He was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of this judiciary. Why was I struggling with that word? I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then to share knowledge and ideas. He took me to hangings on Sundays, good times. What if the professor is actually just the modern day Reaper of the Bailey? Like, not him, but the one that gave him the reputation. And it's basically just a government assassin sent to kill everybody that gains knowledge and or tries to expose what's really going on behind the curtain. 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland on the Empire of Japan. Why are we alive? Well, maybe he's coming for us soon, who knows? We lost our lawyer license after the first case, and we might just be the next... Well, technically also he doesn't kill people that are 100% innocent, so I guess why would he come after us? We'll see. If it was 16 years ago then, one of them could have been my father. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Japanese. So you actually met my father? He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Japanese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. Think Swan Lady is just a mixed child? What? Where did that come from? The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even. Just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. Apparently she wasn't an exchange student, meaning she must have lived in Japan. But then why not just, you know, write her in as a national? She might have been mixed, I don't know, but she probably also was a spy. She's obviously not Japanese, though. I mean, I don't... She might be, but I also don't see what's going on there. I guess, you know, the mask could help cover things up. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. How crazy would it be if we unmask the wax statue and it's just Susato's father? The professor is Professor Mikotoba. And the Swan Lady was sent over or something to kill him. Or she wanted to kill him, some shit like that. What should be the judge? Like, anybody that we know from Japan would be crazy. What should be an older looking Kazuma? And it's his dad. Probably pretty sure Judge Jigoku must have come here as well. Oh, definitely. He's probably one of the three. It was probably Mr. Mikotoba, the judge, and... Wait, do we even have a third adult? I don't think so. Watson was British. Payne? That would be amazing. Can you imagine those three together? And for me personally, though, it was the greatest loss. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer... Maybe the third party is the killer. It's like Jigoku, it's Mikotoba, and Killer Boy. Never trust the British Empire when it speaks of friendship. Though I would prefer if it's somebody that we know, like Mikotoba himself.
When the
Ooh, here he
trial
comes.
reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
If they're gonna cut to black and not show it, I'm gonna flip out.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before,
Who?
was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
protagonist's headaches. He's getting a reunion. Huh? What is that haircut? It looks so goofy without the bandana. Oh, it's his dad, okay.
Father? Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi.
Yeah,
After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
I mean, he still has the wind
This is the
machine
day
for
before.
some reason.
Ryunosuke.
You didn't even see that?
Hello again. My friend.
Why are we
Kazuma-sama!
2 FPS?
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
He looks so much more high res than us.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
He's the protagonist, so he stole his role.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh no, that's mine now.
Karuma. Great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened,
The
it
incident.
was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship. we shared.
Kazuma traveled with Karuma, bringing along a Daruma.
With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying...
The
Surely not.
filthy British
You mean
pigs will
It's been all
pay!
this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Is he gonna decapitate the dummy? On that, I guess. Vandalism. Bet you was framed?
Kazuma-sama.
I mean, like I said, the mask could have just hidden who it
Ryunosuke.
actually was.
We have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
I'm gonna be quite frank, even if the mass murderer is just fully his dad, this entire twist isn't really doing much for me.
That's all Kazuma said. before he turned and left us there in
It's
the
like,
courtroom.
ooh, the mysterious person was somebody we never knew all along. Did he just flash step out? He didn't even flash step because he didn't even open the door. He just instant transmission kinesis teleportationed out. I had an inkling there was something there. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Von Zieg's apprentice? And when he was suffering from amnesia too? The man was apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. Because Long Strongheart is a bastard. He's funny like that. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you for meeting with me as I asked. He did a little trolling. He was bored. Took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day, told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. Wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Sogi, was Baron von Ziegs. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
Get it? What a cheesy fucking line to put at the end there. We're done. We're done. We've done it. We have persevered. What's the next chapter called? Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. What does that look like, Von Ziegs? Is Von Ziegs dying? I hope not. He's literally the one person grounding me to this entire story. If he's gone, that would really be not good for my investment. Anyway, indefinite hiatus. We'll bring this back eventually. It's not off the table because I still need to see how this entire mess kind of goes, but for now it's getting locked up in a wax museum. So, thanks for checking out the stream, and tomorrow, something else. Something with a little more energy behind it, perhaps? We shall see. Until then, bye-bye. See ya. Another visual novel, I say? Well, okay, if it came to visual novels, I could put on the No Sleep for Kaname Date, because No Sleep for Kaname Date at least has, like, more interaction between the line readings. But no visual novels for the foreseeable future, and no Sleep for Kanamedate I'll just vibe on my own with. Bye.